Reaves them souls, electric boogaloo.
No,
Let's see. Unmute. We got sound?
got an ad.
Okay. Got transcoding, very nice. All right, just going to do this and close this and close this. Close this.
Dance. Seagull.
All right, let's see the main menu.
Oh, mushroom burger.
No, this menu is definitely less finicky than the first games. Compass, hints, interaction hints, sound options, language options, control options.
Max.
No, that works. Start game. Nope,
Oh,
getting
I
right into it.
sound too loud. I hate it.
You're fine.
At last. I must say I'm disappointed in your progress. I imagined you'd be here sooner. Tell me, did it trouble you to murder
That was insulting when I played.
when you ordered me into the abyss?
I wanted to explore, Kane.
Eternity is relentless, Raziel. When I first stole into this chamber centuries ago, I did not fathom the true power of knowledge. To know the future,
Bong,
Raziel.
bong.
To see its paths and streams tracing out into the infinite. As a man, I could never contain such forbidden truths. But each of us is so much more than we once were. Do you not feel with all your soul how we have become like gods? As such, are we not indivisible? As long as a single one of us stands, we are legion. Our futures are predestined.
What do you suppose he's talking about?
Timey-wimey bullshit.
We each play out the parts fate has written for us. Free will is an illusion.
I found the tomb of Sarafan King.
We know how you deal with free will, Tori.
How could I not?
Uh-huh.
One must keep
From
his
the
friends close,
previous games I've watched you play.
his enemies even closer. Who better to serve me than those whose passion transcends all notion?
Definitely looks a little funky compared to the
Defending
original.
that we
They had to upscale this one, whereas they just re-rendered the first game's opening.
I find no nobility in the unlife you rudely forced on my unwilling corpse.
Sound effect.
You may have uncovered your past, but you know nothing of it. You think the Sarafan were noble, altruistic?
That earring Kane has as an item he got from Vorador in Blood Omen.
Gender was the same
Oh,
as ours.
It summoned Vorador when he needed him to help fight Malik. So the only one that's defeated Malik was Vorador.
You nearly had me, Raziel.
Is this max volume?
it's default volume.
Okay.
Fate promises
I'll manage. I got subtitles.
before this drama unfolds completely.
I like how he kept the earring, though. Well, it's not really an earring. It's just a thing. Go get him. Go get him, Tori. Tori Raziel.
It's time for content.
Raziel, Redeemer and Destroyer, Pawn and Messiah. Welcome, time span soul. Welcome to your destiny.
I don't know if that's the same voice actor from Blood Omen. I gotta double check.
Where am I? Is the usual question. In your case, when might be more
Oh!
apt.
Started in classic graphics.
Very well, you old snake.
It's good
If
though.
you'd prefer I use my bare hands,
Do it.
Well, this is completely unexpected. This orb disables our vampire enemies, leaving them helpless and incapacitated. Strangely, it seems to have the same effect on that peculiar weapon of yours. But you must believe me. I mean you no harm.
you can drop the benevolent facade, Mobius. I know who and what you are. I shall kill you where you stand.
Perhaps you should, my boy. But you don't.
Are you so certain of that, Mobius?
My role as Time Guardian affords me a certain level of omniscience, Raziel. No, you don't kill me. That honor belongs to your maker, Cain, some 30 years from now.
Ah, you two are a pair. You're just as fatalistic as he is.
Death comes for us all, Raziel. It's just a matter of time.
How is it that you know my name? We have never met.
On the contrary, Raziel, I know you
The
very
facial animations in this was
Grieved
so
me to hear how
good.
cruelly Cain has used you. I
PS2.
knew you when you were one of the Sarafan Brotherhood, Raziel. We were even close.
Oh, please.
Fortunately, you need not love me now to be my ally.
So I was
Are
gay.
we within the stronghold of the Sarafan priesthood?
Yes, but the glorious days of the Sarafan have long since passed, I'm afraid. This is a more cynical and indecorous
Yeah,
age.
same voice actor that was
My
in Blood
mercenary
Omen.
army now inhabits this stronghold. We strive to honor the memory of the Sarafan with our own humble crusade.
Is this the vampire Vorador?
Yes, the scourge of the Circle, the most depraved and decadent example of his whole degenerate race. He slaughtered 6 of my fellow Guardians as they cowered defenseless in this room.
And you somehow survived this massacre?
I and 2 others. The Circle was devastated. Only we 3 were spared.
How convenient. You'll forgive me if I don't naively devour every scrap of information you toss me. You have a reputation for deceit.
And who has slandered me, sir? Your malefactor, Cain? The one who betrayed and destroyed you? Our common enemy? Consider the source before you judge me too harshly.
He's got the double circle thing
We'll
on his
forget
head.
about
Indeed.
rekindling our old friendship then. But consider an alliance based on our common ground. We both want Cain dead. I can help you do it.
You don't want to meddle in this, old man. I know all about your sordid little schemes, but you're simply out of your depth on this one.
You underestimate me, Raziel. Let me show you. Even now, Cain is lying in wait for you, unaware that I've snatched you out of the time stream and brought you here to me.
Mum's home.
See how he lingers at the very
What?
pillars he is destined to destroy, foolishly confident that he has eluded your grasp.
The pillars are still standing in this time.
Yes, Raziel. They are the embodiment of the divine force which preserves the life of our world. We who serve the pillars maintain their delicate balance, and Cain is destined to be the fulcrum upon which that balance turns. I believe you have already endured the wasteland wrought by his terrible, selfish decision. Cain's very existence is a cancer upon this world. As long as he lives, all of Nosgoth is in peril. You may never again be human, Raziel. But you can re-embrace
Humans suck.
the essence of your humanity.
More than
and the
vampires.
nobility of your Sarafan heritage. Go to him, Raziel, and end this. But first, you will need to find your way out of the stronghold, and in this, I'm afraid I cannot help you. My soldiers will not understand your appearance here. They will try to kill you. You needn't fear them, of course. They're no match for you. Try to keep the casualties to a minimum. But do what you have to do. All great movements require a few martyrs.
Mm-hmm.
Alone now, I surveyed my surroundings and noticed a second time-streaming chamber. Its entrance identical to the first, but with one distinction. That crystal was significant, but how? I had not yet discovered.
Okay, my controller
Oh.
keeps connecting and reconnecting, and I am having a slight technical issues. Ugh. Were you gonna say something?
We are in the timeline where, do you remember Ariel?
No.
Ghost Lady.
Yes.
She is still alive right now.
I see.
He did the animation. He scratched his head. It was so cute.
Oh no, this walking sucks.
Oh no.
This walking sucks. This is doing a 180. It's not the end of the world, but that sucks.
This was after Vorador attacked.
Block button.
I'm sure it'll give you instructions.
I'm doing my initial inspection.
Mm-hmm. Ping! That was so cool, and I found that animation. You killed a human being!
He swung first.
Off with the head! Lady. Equality.
Throughout the stronghold, I discovered evidence of my former nobility and my life as a Sarafan priest. This was the heritage so foully stolen from me when Cain raided my sacred crypt and defiled me.
No, yeah. Defiled you so.
Tori, come on.
The joke's right itself.
They have Shakespearean dialogue.
It's funny.
So how's the combat?
A bit better than the first games. Still clunky. The lock-on acts weird. And he doesn't have full 8-way directional movement. It's more like 4 ways.
There you go.
Can't jump. No air attacks.
You tossed him in the air, though.
Yeah, but you
Isn't
can't
that what
follow
you
it
want?
up. Oh, wow, this jump's awful. Oh, this jump's actually really bad. Oh, God. No jump should just make you go forward on its own like that. What is the purpose of the short hop?
I don't know. You just tap the button too fast.
Why is it there? What does its existence achieve?
I don't know.
Like, in KOF, you want a short hop to do, like, fast overheads, or dodge an attack and recover quickly. Here, I don't understand why it exists.
I don't know what to tell you.
Away from the influence of Mobius's cursed staff, I could feel the strength of the Soul Reaver slowly returning. If that orb was as debilitating to vampires as it was to the blade, it gave Mobius a powerful advantage over his enemies. I finally understood how Mobius's crusade could decimate the vampires so successfully. If he could immobilize his enemies, they were at his mercy. But why, I wondered, would the staff have any effect on the Reaver?
Okay, so they just let you have the finishing move at any point. That's good.
Bengals. I don't want to chew in the microphone.
Then mute or face away from the mic.
Wow.
As I neared the stronghold's inner sanctum, a strange sensation crept over me. An indescribable feeling of displacement, a sense of vertigo, as reality itself appeared to warp and bend around me. The disturbance seemed to emanate from the sanctuary's furthest chapel. As I cautiously approached, the sense of dislocation intensified with each step. So this was the tomb of the beloved King William the Just, beatified here as the martyr and catalyst of Mobius's crusade. I was reminded of Kane's journey as a fledgling vampire, how Mobius coerced him to travel back in history and assassinate William, thus igniting a genocidal hatred of vampires among the citizens of Nosgoth. And here I discovered the source of the displacement. The Soul Reaver itself, laid out like a holy relic, and broken, apparently in the battle between William and Kane. I had not thought such a thing was possible, until, of course, Kane shattered the blade against me when he tried to strike me down. Thus, the captive spirit inhabiting the Reaver was released, and binding itself to me, became my symbiotic weapon. And so the Reaver met its former self, still imprisoned in this corporeal shell. I watched, mesmerized, as the Wraith blade uncoiled itself and snaked down the length of the physical blade. Embracing its twin, its mirror self, the Reaver's long-dormant spirit was now fully aroused. And for the first time, I felt the true presence of this other entity, willful, ravenous, and deranged from thousands of years of imprisonment. The Reaver was now in command, and I, now merely its helpless host, felt my soul being leached to restore the blade. But the Reaver knew better than to destroy its host, and just as I neared the brink of oblivion, the blade released its hold on me. As I recovered, I realized we were now bound together in a fragile alliance. The Reaver no longer merely my symbiotic weapon, but a sentient parasite competing for control.
What have you done to me, Mobius? Is this your trap?
How mine? Don't forget it was Cain who led you here, not I. While you curse me, the only soul in Nosgoth ready to guide and assist you, Cain laughs at our folly and revels in your dismay.
These blades, now coiled in sinister embrace, have inspired terror in the hearts of creatures far more durable than you, old man. Bound together as they are, I can only imagine what they could do to your soul's fragile shell.
Raziel, I beg you to stay your hand. This was none of my doing. I have sought only to aid you in your righteous quest.
Why, you're trembling, Mobius. Has your confidence abandoned you? You seem to have made a fatal error by leaving your precious staff behind. Is that where all your courage comes from?
Listen to me, Raziel. You don't know what you're doing. I have taken an enormous risk by appearing here before you, so defenseless, yet eager to prove my good intentions. If there's anything left of the Seraphim in you, you won't do this. While you threaten me, your true enemy eludes you.
Don't concern yourself with Cain, old man. He'll join you in hell soon enough. As you said, death comes for us all.
Yes, the wheel of fate demands it.
What did you say?
The wheel of fate. The inexorable cycle of death and rebirth to which all men are compelled. We serve the same God, Raziel. To strike me down would be striking God's own attendant.
The Elder God.
Even take that risk.
I tire of your games, Mobius. Now that I know you fear me, I needn't concern myself with you. Cain is waiting for me.
Go then, Raziel. Seek Cain out and destroy him in the name of the one God we both serve. You, who were once a Seraphim priest, murdered, profaned, destroyed, and reborn again from his mercy. You are now most powerfully equipped to be his agent, his instrument of restoration and retribution.
My own vengeance is motivation enough.
By my soul, you almost had me, my little blue assassin. But that'll be the one and only chance you get. I assure you of that.
I could now summon the blade at will, regardless of my strength. But once summoned, the blade's ravenous appetite could not be contained. It devoured the souls of its victims, and if I allowed it to become over-aroused, the Reaver would now turn its hunger on me.
Okay.
So now when you use it...
So this was the legendary Janos Ordrin, reputed to have been the most ancient and diabolical vampire to have ever existed. According to folklore, he lived high in the cliffs of Nosgoth's northern mountains and preyed mercilessly on the defenseless villagers below. His reign of terror ended when the Seraphim finally hunted him down and tore his throbbing heart from his still-living body. This relic came to be known as the Heart of Darkness, and was supposedly imbued with the power to restore vampiric unlife. The Seraphim therefore guarded it carefully, lest the heart fall into the hands of their enemies. But I wondered, could Janos Ordrin truly have been as monstrous as depicted here? Or was this merely artistic license by the Seraphim, who sought to lionize themselves by demonizing their darkest enemy?
What were you saying?
When you have the Reaver out, yeah, it's got a build-up thing. If that's fully full, then it's gonna consume your life.
Oh no, the
Slowly.
meter I easily refill.
Your health shortened.
The health bar that I barely cared about filling at all.
Well, you needed pizza. So you gotta figure out when to use it and when not to use it. Also, it consumes the soul, not you.
Okay.
So be aware if you're low on health.
strange how my history came full circle. This chapel, I realized, was a memorial to my former Sarafan brethren and myself. All of us martyred here. And then so cruelly profaned by Cain when he imposed his gift on our noble corpses. For the first time, I beheld the image of my Sarafan self, memorialized here among
They didn't
my
update
fallen
that model at all.
It tortured me to see how noble and pure I had been, and what a vile phantasm I had become, and a profound sense of injury, of loss and betrayal welled up in me, so overwhelming I could barely contain it. All I wanted at this moment was to find Cain and destroy him.
Oh no, ceiling guards.
Oh no, women. I do like that kill. If you look on the floor, notice something interesting. Do you know what that is? No.
Ouroboros.
Yes. Snake eating itself.
So, why did all these guys get a statue and Raziel got a... Or all these guys get paintings and then Raziel got a statue?
Maybe Raziel was special. Maybe he was better. I like that Rahab has like some seahorses on him,
Yeah?
indicating in some way that he's gonna turn into a fish in the future.
Makes sense.
Fishman. Just interesting details that I enjoy.
I emerged, and for the first time beheld Nosgoth in its former glory.
You have this beautiful natural lake and then the heads on spikes.
Life and vitality. And I knew with certainty then that the world
Those
I
are vampires.
was nothing more than the corpse of
They're not human.
a lifeless husk bled dry by the corruption of Cain's parasitic empire. This was the fragile world Cain sacrificed to preserve his own petty life and ambition, heedless of the profound cost. The sight only deepened my resolve. I
Yeah,
sensed
this
the
is
pillars laid to the
before Cain was
quest.
even born.
If Cain truly waited to confront me there, I would not disappoint him.
See, those are vampires, Tori. It's fine. Something you said earlier about vampires and their human, their food
As I passed
source.
this arcane landmark,
Yeah?
a wisp of the Reaver's energy was drawn into the ring, illuminating it. This created a beacon of sorts in the spirit world. If ever I found myself depleted in the spectral realm, and my soul tossed on the ethereal winds, these beacons would draw me back to safety and restore me.
In the timeline we came from, the world is getting so shattered. Like, humans
Literally
can't
falling
really...
apart.
The humans are, like, dying out.
Yeah. No food left.
Used to be only handfuls. People not fucking enough. Whether they had farms, I don't know. Fish. I remember this and Twisted Metal. I really like the
These
graphic.
ancient obelisks were
Makes sense.
mysteriously attuned to my spiritual essence. By simply touching the symbol, I could safely preserve an imprint
Save
of my
point.
soul, and thus create a milestone to which I could return when weary, and from which I could resume my journey.
Da. Who built these? I don't know.
While I had only just escaped the stronghold, I sensed that in time my journey would return me full circle to this place. Infiltrating the fortress, however, would be no small feat. The balcony that had provided my escape was now well beyond my reach, leaving this massive gateway as the only means of entry. The gates were sealed, but like the time-streaming chamber I had seen earlier, their operation was undoubtedly linked to that odd crystal mounted above the entrance.
Get it! Here it comes.
Vampire! Birds.
Indeed.
They poofed. What did you do to them, Tori?
I walked past them.
Oh, it's stuck. Just put blades on the heads of a dog.
I guess it works.
These vampires had nothing in common with the deranged jackals I left behind in Kane's derelict empire. They seemed to retain much of their former humanity. In this era, vampires were clearly not the uncontested predators we had been. These creatures were hunted mercilessly and oppressed. And while I still believed that vampirism was a plague and had to be wiped out, there was nothing noble or righteous in this crusade. This was simply ruthless persecution.
What the hell? Why is she sliding?
Game buggy.
The pillars of Nosgoth, pristine, whole, and uncorrupted.
Fuck's sake,
I
hang
had
on.
never beheld them in this undefiled state, yet something profound and indelible resonated within me at the sight. And there, waiting
back.
at the very heart of the pillars, was the canker that was destined to destroy them.
I know you're there, Lazia.
Mobius led me to you, Kane, though I might have guessed you'd meet me here.
And And if Mobius told you I was hidden on the underside of hell, would you throw yourself into oblivion to pursue me? Mobius trolls for the ignorant and unwary, hauling his gasping prey from the streams of their destinies. Stay out of his net, Raziel.
Spare me your elaborate metaphors, Cain. I have pursued you here for one purpose. You will pay for your betrayal, and balance will thus be restored to Nosgoth.
And whose will is satisfied then? The will of Raziel or Mobius?
Would I be better manipulated by you, Cain? Now, turn and face me. The chase is over.
This isn't a chase, Raziel. We are merely passengers on the wheel of destiny, describing a perfect circle to this point. We've been brought here for a reason. I've seen the beginning and the end of our story, however, and the tale is crude and ill-conceived. We must rewrite the ending of it.
Huh?
And I.
Face me, Cain.
The line was funny.
Even you shouldn't die a coward's death.
Discord's being shit
Isn't it
and it's
customary to
being
grant the condemned a final
jumpy.
request?
I recall no such courtesy from you.
I don't know if I can
Indulge
pause the
me,
cutscene, so I'm
Raziel.
gonna wait
No.
for it to finish first.
Is that you listen.
Yeah.
This is the sublime moment of our undoing, Raziel. The ineffable fulcrum upon which swings the entirety of our history. This is where all of Nosgoth is betrayed. In this instant, Ariel, the Balance Guardian, is murdered by dark forces bent on overthrowing the Pillars. Her spirit is just now tearing free, lost in the ether, trying to find its way here. You have already seen how she comes to haunt these Pillars.
Bound here by your refusal to die. You are the reason this land becomes diseased. As long as you remain alive, you condemn Nosgoth
It's
to an eternity
you.
of decay.
Be still, Raziel. See this. As Ariel dies, I am being born to take her place as Balance Guardian. Such is my destiny.
My God.
At the moment of my first cry, Ariel's beloved, the Guardian Nupraptor, finds her corpse. Racked with grief and tormented by suspicions of treachery, Nupraptor plunges into a madness which overflows and infects all of the Guardians who are symbiotically bound, including me. The repercussions
Damn.
of Ariel's assassination were expertly calculated. The entire circle descends into madness, and I am tainted at the moment of my birth, instantly rendered incapable of fulfilling the role destiny has prepared for me.
Shall I show you the same mercy you showed the rest of the circle then? You blithely murdered them to restore their pillars, yet your hand faltered when it came to the final sacrifice. What makes you exempt, Cain? You're merely the last man standing. Why condemn me for simply carrying out what you hadn't the courage to do yourself?
Let's drop the moral posturing, shall we? We both know there's no altruism in this pursuit. Your reckless indignation led you here. I counted on it. There's no shame in it, Raziel. Revenge is motivation enough. At least it's honest. Hate me, but do it honestly.
I love that line.
30 years hence, I am presented with a dilemma. Let's call it a two-sided coin. If the coin falls one way, I sacrifice myself and thus restore the pillars. But as the last surviving vampire in Nosgoth, this would mean the annihilation of our species. Mobius made sure of that. If the coin lands on the reverse, I refuse the sacrifice and thus doom the pillars to an eternity of collapse. Either way, the game is rigged.
We agree then that the pillars are crucial and must be restored.
Yes, Raziel. And that's why we've come full circle to this place.
So after all this, you make my case for me. To end this stalemate, you must die so that new guardians can be born.
Pillars don't belong to them, Raziel. They belong to us.
Your arrogance is boundless, Cain.
There's a third option. monumental secret hidden in your very presence here. But it's a secret you have to discover for yourself. Unearth your destiny, Raziel. It's all laid out for you here.
You said it yourself, Cain. There are only two sides to your coin.
Apparently, sir. But suppose you throw a coin enough times. Suppose one day it lands on its edge.
Okay.
Some complicated shit.
You've heard me say things like, at least you're honest.
Hate me, but be honest about it. So fucking forces trying to destroy the pillars, but for what reason? Imagine being corrupted the moment you're born.
Aren't the pillars in the north of the map in one? Yeah. It wants me to go to mystery locations to the northeast.
Imagine fate saying,
I
hey,
don't know what impulse stayed my hand, why I had so willingly allowed Cain to escape me when I had pursued him for so long. I had no reason to trust Cain after he had valued me so little, and yet I found myself intrigued by his words. I had been too cruelly used to so gullibly play his pawn, but if this world truly had secrets to divulge, I was determined to expose them.
oh god. That's enough. Tori, no.
Oh, okay.
It's the symbol.
Oh, okay, they're being more aggressive about it now. I thought that was a climbing wall.
Fate's like, hey, we're gonna set you up so you can die later on. Are you okay with that? Cool, thanks.
From the moment of my arrival, I had the constant and palpable sensation of being watched. Someone, it seemed, was keenly interested in my presence here.
I love his facial animations in this game.
Whoa.
Just little brow and eye movements can make him give him so much
Personality.
yeah.
From the look of it, this door had been sealed for centuries. I began to realize it was no mere coincidence that I found myself standing here, beneath this winged figure with blue skin and cloven hands so like my own, and bearing this unique key. And so it was with a sense of gravity and trepidation that I unsealed that ancient door and crossed the threshold.
It's like it was meant for you. They don't have souls. You got 2 attack buttons.
Yes.
As I entered the chamber, I sensed that it had been sealed for hundreds, perhaps thousands of years. And while this room was clearly built when the pillars were erected, I knew that no human hand could have shaped this place, and that perhaps it had never been seen by human eyes. The surrounding murals depicted a winged race, their features so like my own, but beautiful, where mine were grotesque, and angelic, while mine were demonic. I tried to decipher these images. A great war, but with combatants like none I had ever seen. The pillars, raised by this winged race, who thus defeated their adversaries. The winged beings again, writhing in agony, apparently afflicted with the same bloodthirst I had so recently suffered. And throughout the chamber, inscribed everywhere, images of the Reaver itself. Was this what Cain had urged me to discover? I wondered.
Lies, Raziel.
It's him. It.
Do not be deceived.
Ah, my ancient benefactor. And I dared to hope we had parted ways forever. Silence was refreshing, but it lasted. No doubt you have a conveniently inexpressible reason for your presence here.
Do not be insolent, Raziel. I am eternally present here and everywhere, now and always. I am the still center of the turning wheel, the hub of this world's destiny.
But perhaps not so omnipotent as you'd have me believe. Your hold on me appears to be tenuous. I no longer seem to need you. Yet I'm guessing you still need me.
This impudence is unworthy of you, Raziel. Do not forget that you have a task to fulfill here. You are indebted to me.
Indebted? You would have me show gratitude for a gift I didn't ask to be bestowed. Do you forget that you forced me to inhabit this vile carcass?
I never asked for this.
I restored you to yourself, Raziel. It was Cain who destroyed you. The very enemy you've just let slip through your grasp. Do not fail me, my servant.
I serve no one. Not you, not Cain, and not your lackey Mobius.
Mobius is my good servant. I have many.
And if I tell Mobius that he's worshipping a giant squid, do you think his faith will falter?
You have grown willful, Raziel. But beware. To embrace a serpent is to invite poison into your heart. Cain is a sinuous beast. He will seduce and deceive you. You pride yourself on your free will, yet you let that degenerate deter your resolve.
I harbor no illusions about his integrity, nor anyone else's. In fact, I am beset by manipulation on all sides. I merely seek the truth.
These are the fathomless truths, Raziel. The agony of birth and death and rebirth. This is the wheel of fate, the purifying cycle which sustains all life. Vampires are an abomination, a plague which leeches this land of its spiritual strength. They obstruct the flow of life and death. Their souls stagnate in their wretched corpses. But the wheel must turn. Death is inexorable and cannot be denied. Your destiny is irresistible, Raziel. You are my Soul Reaver, the scourge of the vampires, reaper of their apostate souls. Remain steadfast. End the vampire's parasitic curse and restore Nosgoth. Kane's blood belongs on your hands.
Kane indeed deserves to die for condemning me to this repugnant form. But if and when I kill him, it will be for me alone to decide.
Kane destroyed you without a flicker of remorse. He tore the soul from your noble corpse. And after you had served him faithfully for 1,000 years, he discarded you in the abyss on a jealous whim. Remember your rage, Raziel. Let it guide your hand.
What?
It's another reason why I like Raziel so much.
He doesn't put up with anyone's bullshit?
He's not on anyone's side. He just wants to figure shit out.
Understandable.
They're too strong. You can't flip them in the air.
I wasn't trying to do that.
That's what those moves were that you were doing. Hope you can't hear the vacuum.
I didn't even know there was a vacuum going.
make you go up.
Schwamp.
I surfaced into a very different landscape. The daylight barely penetrated the dense canopy of this forest. Here I discovered an ancient ruin, unmistakably one of Mobius's time-streaming chambers, but long ago sealed and abandoned to the encroaching swamp. I didn't currently possess the means to break this seal, but I thought in time that I might.
Dinner's ready.
Okay, go get your meal.
I don't want to miss anything.
Are you telling me to take a break?
No. I'll be back.
Alrighty. Okay.
So, my lurking observer was exposed. The creature vanished when he realized he was discovered, but I caught a glimpse of him, and his features were distinctive enough. This was the vampire Vorador, the monstrous assassin depicted in the stronghold. Strange that a creature brazen enough to assault the circle single-handedly would avoid confronting me. Very well. If Vorador would not come to me, I would go to him. But first I needed to find some means of reaching that terrace.
Well,
There appeared to be a passage here, leading northward into the mountains. The opening, however, was obstructed and too high for me to reach. Perhaps later I would find the means to bypass these obstacles.
Oh no.
My lurking friend was nowhere to be seen, but I found these ruins even more intriguing. I recognized these arcane symbols from the chamber beneath the pillars, and realized that this shrine too was sealed to all but the bearer of the Reaver.
Huh.
Throughout this ancient shrine, murals depicted the winged race, the apocalyptic war against their mysterious and equally inhuman adversaries. These winged beings, it seemed, were not only the architects of the pillars, but of this enigmatic place as well. And just as in the Pillar's chamber, this shrine was adorned throughout with imagery of the Reaver, depicted with the reverence of a holy icon.
Hmm. Okay. Whoa. didn't see that up there before.
Yoink.
Yo,
Yo,
how's it going?
it's going.
Finally made it. Made it to the forge.
Finally? I mean, it didn't take that long. Ah!
No, you've got to one.
Oh.
How is it?
It's a level. There's a guy from the first game stalking me, I think.
You made a bridge.
Oh. Forgot about the thing.
Look up! Gamers! Can you jump in there?
That doesn't seem like a reachable jump, but then again, okay. My brain told me there was a gap there when there wasn't.
Let there be light and darkness. You made an eclipse. You did it.
Okay.
That's the Sisters of Mercy thing.
As I neared the altar, I suddenly felt the Reaver quickening of its own volition. Just as in William's chapel, the balance of power tangibly shifted.
Oh, it's hungry.
Voracious and willful, the Soul Reaver was now in control, and I, merely its helpless puppet. The Reaver plunged itself into that mysterious altar, and devouring the energy that emanated from within, drained this place of its power. Thus sated, the Reaver released me, and I realized as I recovered control that these ancient shrines were forges, each purpose-built to enhance the Reaver with elemental power.
Darkness.
Now I understood the purpose of the mysterious basins I had seen throughout my journey. They were elemental fonts, each attuned to a fundamental essence. When I forged the blade, every font in Nosgoth with the same elemental attunement was simultaneously quickened. The Reaver's enhancements were never permanent, but these fonts enabled me to re-imbue the blade by bathing it in the elemental energy distilled therein.
You already have darkness.
Okay.
Concentric circles, one eclipsing the other. I recognized this symbol from the door sealing that other ancient shrine, the one I had seen in the lake outside the Sarafan stronghold. Perhaps now, armed as I was with the elemental power of darkness, I could return and gain entry.
Magic.
Indeed.
Someone said that is the same symbol on a Sisters of Mercy album.
Woof.
Vorador. I see my reputation precedes me.
Oh, the
It does.
dragons.
All good, I hope. I've been watching you since you emerged from that accursed stronghold. Strange that your arrival coincides with the corruption of the pillars. But I'm wondering, are you the catalyst of these events? Or the answer to them?
I don't know what you mean.
I will speak plainly then. I distrust your origins, stranger. Seeing you crawl from the putrid depths of Mobius's keep makes me question your purpose here. And what should I make of your appearance? Not human, clearly, and more demon than vampire. And the pillars. It is no mere coincidence that your arrival in that clearing heralded the pillars' decay. And so I ask you plainly, are you the instrument of the pillars' destruction or their salvation?
Neither.
Very well. Let us look at the other side of the coin. I have followed your journey and watched as you blithely unlocked secrets that have been sealed and forbidden for thousands of years. The path you have been treading is open to only
Mikey.
one being. You don't know what you are, do you?
I have been many things. If you find me ignorant, enlighten me.
What's the point? This world is beyond redemption. Let the human cattle have it.
I would expect better than meek capitulation from you.
Centuries of persecution have taught me well. 500 years ago, our race was nearly exterminated by the fanatical crusades of the Seraphan. And now the same sick drama unfolds again. In merely a decade, Mobius's cutthroat citizen army has nearly accomplished what the Seraphan could not. Vampires meddling in the affairs of men. Look where it's brought us.
What am I to make of these secrets I've uncovered, then? The depictions of the winged race, the pillars, and the Reaver.
Fairy tales, boy. The delusions of an ancient culture clinging to hope long after the world had discarded them. Their bloodline trickled away, until only one of the ancients remained, sustained solely by obligation and his unfaltering faith in the old prophecies. But you see, even if you are who you appear to be, it no longer matters. You're simply too late. Janos Audron, the Reaver Guardian, the last of the ancients, and my maker, was murdered by the Seraphan nearly 5 centuries ago. He alone would have the answers you seek, but his secrets died with him. I don't know how you've come even this far without his guidance, or without the Reaver, stolen these 500 years ago by the Seraphan. I'm afraid, my friend, that you and all of us are out of luck.
I had no less reason to trust Vorador than anyone else I had met. In fact, the ancient vampire was the most forthright being I had encountered thus far. If Janos Audron was the key to all this, then I would find him, and Mobius's time-streaming device would provide me passage. But first, I had to find a way back into the stronghold, and I suspected I would find the means within the lake's mysterious shrine.
Well, alright then.
Interview with a vampire. That's a funny achievement. You haven't seen that movie yet, have you?
Interview with a Vampire? No.
Good movie. Vampires that are not cringe. Cannot do anything with this right now. And that's the same voice actor from the first game.
Okay.
Or Blood Omen, I mean.
I know what you
Same
mean.
voice. Vorador. That's so creepy.
It exists. It do what it do.
Ah, my wayward child returns.
Having unearthed more than you'd like, I suspect. What am I to make of these ruins that litter the land, and these images here in this chamber?
Merely the deceits of a failed civilization. You are being misled, Raziel. This ancient race hoped to manipulate the future with these scrawled misdirections.
I don't believe you.
Carefully. There are dark forces at work in this world, bent on subverting your true destiny.
I have no doubt of that. The question is, am I in their presence right now?
Your arrogance will spell your demise, Raziel. Deny my will, and the arc of your destiny will reach a sudden conclusion.
Your threats are unmoving. Even now, I'm beyond your reach.
My reach is longer than you realize. This is a very dangerous game you're playing, Raziel.
Music's pretty loud.
It is default.
So is it the movement or the running animation you found weird?
Turning sucks. Doing a 180 shouldn't be like this. Raziel should go in the direction I'm pushing the stick. He shouldn't slowly turn to get that in that direction. Like, it takes one whole freaking second to do a 180. It's awful. It is actually genuinely bad, and I don't like that.
Get it.
Camera?
Why it's still there? Even though you opened the door. Classic. Oh! Oh no! I like the sound of his feet on steps. Or not steps, just terrain in general.
Understandable.
Oh! So what do you think? Did these vampires deserve to die?
I don't know what they did.
Exist.
Well, senseless prosecution and all that. Blah, blah, blah.
There's a save to the right.
I know.
Okay.
The fuck do I do now?
Prepare to die.
Ugh.
I think you can swim back inside.
No, that big ass door shut.
Well, there was an underwater thing you went through.
You mean to the other
Right.
side of the dam?
Yeah. You can close it?
Apparently.
Huh. Hmm.
These murals left no room for doubt. These winged creatures were indeed the architects of the pillars. And while the images were difficult to decipher, the pillars appeared to banish or diminish their enemies somehow.
Oh, he jumped. It's like he's missing a piece. That's a new one.
Indeed.
Oof.
Okay.
trying to sell you the vape.
Not interested. Ah,
Oh, bless you.
oh, thank you. Need dark juice.
I love dark juice. Nice. Does Uncharted have a lot of puzzle solving?
Yes. And shooting people.
I'm not good at that.
I am.
Get
Progress.
right in.
If only it were so simple. So let me back up.
Yes. It won't show up now that you have the Reave darkness. Well, that one did. You made a mistake. Whoa.
Okay.
You make things difficult. Bye. Gold. Do these guys have normal hands or vampire hands?
Normal.
You Goomba stomped him. Ugh. Gotta deal with that eyeball.
Yeah. I wonder.
These guys are in the way.
Why is it not? Oh, Raziel's facing that way because this aiming control is stupid. Okay.
You have the idea, though.
I know that gate's
think you
open, meaning I could probably bring something through here now.
No, I think you need the darkness, Reaver, to do it. You just have to do it when it's looking at you.
Then why even open that gate back there? Well, I probably gotta take the MacGuffin out of there, don't I? Hey.
Gotta get rid of these jackasses.
I got rid
Ta-da!
of them. Why bother fighting if it's a waste of time?
Obstacle.
There's hardly an obstacle. They put like 20 dudes there and none of them could hit me. Because I can't drop this when I pick it up, they have to despawn all the enemies.
That belongs to you.
This game is go around and get the swords.
And imbued the blade with the elemental power of light. Thus armed, I now had the means to re-enter the stronghold and finally use Mobius's time-streaming device to accomplish my own ends.
Let there be light.
Get back in the lock.
Woo! Why is it so bright? solving the problems.
Gotta go open the dam again.
Look at that wonderful six-pack.
In the absence of it,
Yes.
why am I even bothering? Oh, because the gates. Well, I can just spirit realm. Well, there's nothing over there I can use to open the door, is there? Yeah.
show yourself king.
Here, Raziel. Everything is decided here. You cannot comprehend the magnitude, the rapture and the tragedy of this moment. And yet you must, if Nosgoth is to be dragged from the wreckage of its damnation.
I understand only this, Kane. That you and Mobius have impelled me to this moment simply means I can trust neither of you. I don't know who's pulling the strings, but it no longer matters, because I'm cutting them. I set my own course from here.
If it were only that simple.
Your fatalism is tiresome, Kane.
And profoundly ingrained, Raziel. You must understand. Our presence here doesn't alter history. You and I meet here because we are compelled to. We have always met here. History is irredeemable. Drop a stone into a rushing river. The current simply courses around it and flows on as if the obstruction were never there. You and I are pebbles, Raziel, and have even less hope of disrupting the time stream. The continuum of history is simply too strong, too resilient. Except, then how do we explain William here? The beloved boy king turned tyrant. In my youth, I witnessed William's rise to power and his transformation into the nemesis who laid waste to Nosgoth.
Keep your distance, Kane.
Years later, I stumble upon a chance to journey back in history, unaware that the entire affair has been carefully orchestrated by Mobius. In my wisdom, I seize this opportunity to murder the young king before he can ravage Nosgoth, and thereby provide the catalyst Mobius needs to ignite a genocidal war against our race.
I warn you, no further.
This one reckless act unravels the skein of history. The nemesis never becomes the nemesis. William dies a martyred saint. I, the vampire assassin, become the author of my own species' extinction, and Mobius profits from it all. I destroyed a tyrant only to create one far worse. But how can it be so? How, if history is immutable? The answer is here in this room, Raziel. Mobius propelled William and me together, but ensured first that we were both armed with the Soul Reaver. The Reaver is the key. Two incarnations of the blade meet in time and space. A paradox is created, a temporal distortion powerful enough to derail history.
Is this your sorcery?
Not mine, Raziel. Yours. You have nothing to fear from me, Raziel. You hold all of the cards.
Then perhaps I should test your sincerity. If what you say is true, you should be terrified. I could kill you here and now.
And so you do, Raziel.
What's happening?
We're hurtling towards our destinies, Raziel. What you feel is the pull of history rushing to meet us. This is where history and destiny collide. If you truly believe in your will, Raziel, now is the time to prove it. Kill me now, and we both become pawns of history, dragged down the path of an artificial destiny. I was ordained to assume the role of Balance Guardian in Nosgoth, while you were destined to be its savior. But the map of my fate was redrawn by Mobius, and so in turn was yours.
This is madness!
Fight it, Raziel. This moment does not have to be an ending.
History says kill him.
Prelude. I can't. You can, Raziel. Look inside and see that it is so. You have the power to reshape our inevitable futures. William.
Whoa. Time paradox.
Oh,
History abhors paradox, Raziel. Even now, the time stream strains to divert itself, finding its old course
History
blocked by
didn't
your
like that.
refusal to destroy me. The future is reshuffling itself to accommodate your monumental decision. This is where we restore ourselves, Raziel, and reclaim our intended destinies. It may yet be possible for me to assume my role as Balance Guardian and return the pillars to their rightful inheritors.
To the vampires. And this is the destiny you have urged me to discover. I don't know what game you and Mobius are playing, Kane, but I refuse to be your pawn. Unlike you, I still revere whatever shred of humanity I've managed to preserve. You will not use me as the instrument of your messianic delusions.
Very well, Raziel. I'll not ask you to trust me. Your truths are for you to discover alone.
Humble words for one who presumes to teach me a lesson at every turn.
And continue your journey and learn your own lessons, Raziel. Remember, Mobius led you here, but you walk away unfettered. A champion of free will and conqueror of false histories. There is much more for you to unearth, if you have the heart for the truth and the will to see it.
While
strong
being close
sword.
to it.
Hmm?
Being close to it causes that shiver.
History anticipation. Bah. Come back.
Not worth the time. See, now they forgot I even exist.
Well, these ones say no.
You tried.
Woofed. No more existence. Oh.
Seize him.
Not the dog.
It's a bad dog.
Wow.
Sup?
Yes, I like that look on your face, Mobius. You really don't know what to do now, do you, old man? Here you are, caught without your damn staff. I suspect things aren't progressing quite as you'd not used to the fly turning to confront you in your web, are you?
Kane's devious influence has poisoned your mind, Raziel. Now you see betrayal everywhere, even in your closest allies.
We were never allies, Mobius. Conspirators, perhaps. Briefly.
Why did you not kill Kane when you had the chance? He was at your mercy.
Precisely. I had a choice, and I chose mercy. And now I know your sordid little secret. The significance of that displacement I felt when the two Reavers came together. Strangely enough, I was enlightened by the devious Kane, not by you. In fact, I've learned much more than you counted on. I understand now how you've tried to manipulate all of history for your own personal gain. But now all your little schemes are whirling in ruin around you, aren't they? All because I chose to exert my will for once, rather than obey the demands of sorcerers and spirits and demons, all singing the same tiresome refrain, "Kill Kane." I'm setting my own path from here, Mobius. I intend to discover the truth behind all of this.
But you condemn us all with this impetuous act.
Hardly impetuous. It took all the will I could muster. Has my refusal to kill Kane reshuffled your carefully stacked deck of cards?
You really think that you're exercising your free will, Raziel? You're simply Kane's servant.
I do not serve Kane. I merely did not kill him.
Raziel, do not forget your purpose here. You are destined to be the savior of Nosgoth.
Oh, I'm sick of hearing that particular phrase. As for saving Nosgoth, so far I see precious little reason to bother. And I'll choose my own purpose from here on out, Time Streamer. Right now.
You can't uncontent yourself, streamer.
Change. Go. In there.
What are you doing?
Come.
But you gotta save the world.
You're a cunning serpent. You'll piece it together, I imagine. This era
But the
is of
world.
no further use to me. You will operate this device to provide me passage. I want to see the world in a simpler time, before the Sarafan began their crusade.
And what about Kane? You're leaving your Tori behind.
You kill him if it's so damned important.
You need only touch the two poles of the switch, and the device will transport you. But I urge you to reconsider.
You've lost your powers of persuasion, old man. Rot here and forget me.
Wrong way.
Even as I emerged from that infernal time-streaming chamber, I suspected treachery. The stronghold was vacant, derelict, abandoned.
Behold. What's harder than vampires or vampire hunters?
What's harder to kill?
What hits harder?
Vampires likely hit harder.
These are not vampires. They're fighting.
Oof. Oh no. I was not anticipating this development.
My least favorite enemies to fight. I do a lot of dodging with them. That's how I survived. How do you scream when your head is off?
You don't.
No.
If I had any doubts about the era I now occupied, this grotesque tableau certainly eliminated them. For here was Mobius, long since murdered by Cain, lionized and beatified as the martyred leader of his bloodthirsty crusade. And if I required further evidence, I needed only to behold the gruesome trophy Mobius held aloft. A severed head of Vorador. The final triumphant kill of Mobius's cutthroat mob. His execution marked the annihilation of the vampires. Far from channeling me into Nosgoth's past, Mobius had propelled me over a century into its ghastly future. The intent behind this little detour was unmistakable. Having failed to make me his obedient assassin, Mobius intended to keep me ignorant of my true destiny, which clearly lay in Nosgoth's past. While his deception only reinforced my purpose, Mobius had effectively stranded me here. This left me no course but to explore the era I now occupied and see what changes the century had wrought following Cain's ill-fated decision. Perhaps time had cleared a path for me into the mountains, where I might unearth more clues behind the mystery of Janos Audron.
Why do they have fucking instant wake-ups? Italian. They forgot to turn backface culling off.
Hmm?
They forgot to turn backface culling off on the statue.
What does that mean?
Look at the bottom of his coat.
Oh. Ooh. My baby.
Raziel.
What pathetic
Yes.
charade is this now, Mobius?
No charade, Raziel. Only the entreaties of this martyred spirit.
Your pleas mean nothing to me after all your deceit. You have propelled me into Nosgoth's future, Mobius, and left me stranded here.
I am truly sorry, Raziel, but it was necessary. Consider it the last valiant act of a doomed man. You have strayed from your purpose, and now behold the result. Gaze upon the wasteland you and Cain authored together.
I fail to see how I'm responsible.
You spared Cain, and by doing so, you have released a multitude of horrors upon this world. I can accept that Cain has murdered me, Raziel. As the Time Guardian, I foresaw that incident long before it occurred, and I take some small comfort in the fact that Cain remains the sole survivor of his vile breed. But you have single-handedly made my sacrifice meaningless.
Your argument is disingenuous, Time Streamer. I cannot see how killing or sparing Cain's future self would alter these events. This wasteland was created by Cain's original refusal of the Pillars. And amidst all these twists and turns, that event has never changed. You are cunning, Mobius. I think you've gotten tangled around your own web.
As Cain clings to his precious seat of power, the pillars sink into a mire of decay, dragging all of Nosgoth down with them.
I don't think this has anything to do with the Pillars, or Cain's failure to sacrifice himself. I think you're simply afraid, because you don't know what he's up to. He's a wild card, isn't he? And you don't want his influence in your game. Which is why you wanted me to eliminate him. Well, now that he survived, you have no idea what's coming, do you? Maybe, for the first time in your entire life, you're terrified that he may have truly found a third option out of the dilemma you orchestrated for him.
Cain's lies have addled your mind. Leave this place and trouble my spirit no more.
If you even are a spirit, you've forgotten. I have a way to tell for sure. If you're willing to risk it. I didn't think so. Either way, you lose.
Compulsive liar compulsively lies.
Well, he's true. He is a spirit. He was telling that truth.
Seems walking.
I have a fat baby. Nergy's so big. Oh, and you need a bath. Baby's getting dirty. Our lizard is getting dirty.
You gotta make sure to clean them, Nicole.
Mm-hmm. Well, he's perfectly fine before, but now he's starting to get dirty. Gonna have to start giving you baths. Boom.
Damn it.
Oh! Those big dudes you're fighting. Those are demons.
That's just crazy, and they're really annoying.
They are. If I ever had a chance, I'd run past them if I could. And the humans aren't vampire hunters anymore. Demon hunters.
I see.
Bigger armor. There's one. Oh, bigger dogs too. Hi, baby. I'm thinking.
Oh, that's scary.
Because. Gee, thanks. Oh, a gassy one. I'm thinking because Raziel didn't kill Cain there, it started. These demons started coming through.
Are these time ghosts?
I'm not sure what to call them. Fate. Get this guy some Pepto-Bismol.
First, we were dealing with enemies that are too easy, and now we're dealing with enemies that are too tanky.
Damn.
And the way they rework the blade, the most efficient way to deal with them creates different problems.
Mm-hmm. Baby. No, no, no.
These were the pillars so familiar to my blighted eyes. But now that I had begun to learn their true significance, I regarded the pillars' destruction with a new, enlightened sense of horror. And I questioned now whether Cain's simple refusal, his mere ambition, could truly have caused such devastation. I felt that some darker influence was at work here. As I approached, I discerned the spirit of Ariel, bound here now for more than a century.
Forever am I bound, hope abandoned, my spirit tethered to this place. What destroyed the circle could not touch me, for I was newly dead and beyond harm's reach. I alone was spared the descent into madness, and Cain alone was spared the pain of death. When Nepraptor's poison seized Cain even in the safety of the womb, much more than just his destiny was lost. All of Nosgoth lost balance. Consider us now, both of us less than we once were. I, pure but insubstantial, and Cain, terribly real, but corrupted.
Your imprisonment here has deranged you, spirit. You fixate on Cain because you believe he is the tether that binds you here. But we both know he is not the author of your agony. The pillars were subverted by dark forces, invited by the Guardians themselves. The more I learn of your circle, the more I see a tangle of nested manipulations.
Cain handed them their victory. They sought to topple the pillars, and he was their willing instrument.
Or was he their unwilling pawn? Would it blunt your wrath to know that Cain's dilemma was calculated to bring the pillars down, regardless of the choice he made? And that the devastation would have been even greater had he chosen the path you would prescribe for him?
You are a subtle, deceitful creature. But your clever arguments do not absolve Cain. He must die for the pillars to be restored. There is no other way.
Then consider this more ominous possibility. What if Cain's death does not restore the pillars? Consider that it may simply be too late, that this world may be beyond redemption, and that you may be bound here eternally.
do you hound me, demon? You can see that I am captive here. Show me some mercy.
Like the mercy you showed your fellow Guardians when you set Cain on them? Or the mercy you showed Cain when you kept him ignorant of his destiny while you used him as the scourge of the Circle? Or perhaps like the mercy you showed your beloved Naprapta when you made him Cain's first kill?
You are cruel. Why do you torment me?
I'm merely looking for answers, Ariel. Ah, very well. I'll leave you in peace. But know this about you and this purgatory from which you long to escape. You're merely at the threshold.
Wah.
Wah. BRB.
Okay.
Raziel, the failed assassin. You had Cain at your mercy, but lacked the courage to fulfill the act. And now you see the wasteland wrought by the tyrant's hand, by his selfish decision to preserve his own life, even when it meant sacrificing the whole world. This is the fate of Nosgoth, as long as Cain remains alive.
An ironic condemnation, given this guilty sin. One would think you'd torn down the pillars single-handedly. What are you trying to obliterate as you drag your loathsome body through this chamber? And why, as Nosgoth descends into madness and misery, do you appear to thrive? Things in this world, I am learning, are rarely what they seem. You, apparently, are no exception.
I am the engine of life, the source of Nosgoth's very existence. I am the hub of the wheel, the origin of all life, the devourer of death.
Or maybe you're just hungry. Could it be as simple as that? Wouldn't that be poetic irony? The great adversary of the vampires turns out to be the biggest parasite of them all.
Do not test my patience, Raziel. I made you, and I will unmake you if I become so inclined.
As your agent, I am beyond death.
There are fates worse than death, Raziel.
Oh, I see you now as you truly are. A cancer. A spooling parasite burrowed deep in the heart of this world.
Go now. Play out your pitiful rebellion and take your place among the destroyed, the used, and the damned. But know this. You are mine for eternity. You have always been, and will always be, my soul reaver. Your destiny beckons.
Hello.
What's up?
What did I miss?
We spoke with what's his squid name again. Raziel's like, why you seem like you're benefiting from all of this? And I don't work for you and all that. God damn it, I need dark juice.
Your thoughts?
The story's progressing, that's my thoughts. My
Baby's
current thoughts is
clean.
where the fuck is the dark urn so I can fucking open whatever the fuck this does. Probably yeah, I need a bridge across there, most like, yeah.
Baby does not like the bath.
I believe it.
Going to look for a foot massage thing. Put him in. He's got balls. Maybe there's one in here.
I'm looking. There. Get back in the jar.
No. I'm a genie in a bottle. I want to be out. So if Cain dies, he is technically the last vampire to die.
Yes.
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 Biscuit. Snorlax doesn't stop eating. Squishy. Lightforge.
Beyond this edifice lay my sole hope of escaping this demon-infested wasteland. The time-streaming device contained therein offered my only prospect of journeying back into Nosgoth's early history. Unless I discovered some means of breaking the seal, I was condemned to be stranded here eternally.
Oh, I hate these things. Icky. Frog.
Indeed.
He hop.
The passage of time had indeed cleared my way forward, enabling me to explore the northern mountains of Nosgoth. I was anxious to discover if some evidence of Janos Audrun's existence might still remain.
Oh, they're fighting.
They're having a great time down there, I'm sure.
What would you prefer fighting, vampires or demons?
That's context sensitive. Both have their ups and downs.
Well, how you can kick them? Oh. Oh, oh no!
Ah!
Die, devil. You don't belong in this world.
Guess not.
Can you jump up? Oh! Oh. Loon.
Gotta hold it.
Here I discovered the quaint hamlet of Ushtenheim, now long abandoned, collapsing into ruin. Legend claimed that Janos Ordrin terrorized its villagers until the Sarafan hunters ferreted him out and destroyed him. If there was any truth to the old tales, the lair of the infamous vampire would not be far away. Wrong button.
Did you finish your Easter egg stuff last?
No, I made progress.
Hmm.
I haven't internalized all the steps yet. Plus, crashing's annoying. Fucking shitty ass collision.
Hunter must hunt. You found my move. Spread them out. Oh, what happened to him?
He bled out. Okay. Which way's progress?
Oh. Like when you dodge and you get behind them like that. Pillsbury.
This edifice was clearly not crafted by human architects. As the figure beneath the balcony silently attested, these were the Ares of winged beings. Undoubtedly, I stood before the mountain refuge of the legendary Janos Ordrin, but the entire sanctuary lay in ruin, collapsed under the force of some ancient cataclysm. As I suspected, the time streamer's deception ensured that I was centuries too late to unearth anything of consequence here. With nothing behind me but the wasteland I had traversed, I resolved to press on and explore these canyons further. Oh no. Every time you turn up, something monumental and terrible happens. I don't think I have the stomach for it.
No drama this time, Brazier.
You are persistent, crossing time like this to follow me. Still waiting for that coin of yours to land on its edge.
I'm biding my time. I see that Mobius has played a little trick on you.
Yes. He clearly doesn't want me to meet this Janos Ordrin.
Perhaps. Or maybe he merely hoped that it would harden your heart against me, to see this wasteland which I single-handedly authored.
My heart doesn't need hardening, Cain. If I even suspected that destroying you would make any difference, I would do it this instant.
I knew you'd see through them, Raziel. Janos is indeed the key to your destiny, but you'll need to find your own way back into Nosgoth's past. Make no mistake, though,
He's got the scar when he died.
Are now in great
Yep.
danger. We are irritants here. Malevolent forces are being marshaled to eliminate us.
You talk as though we're allies.
Regardless of your sentiments, Raziel, in their eyes, we are.
Well, they're certainly trying to eliminate you, Cain. There can be no doubt of that. I am assaulted relentlessly with demands for your demise. Whatever it is that you're plotting, they're scared to death of you. As for me, I suspect they made a grave error when they allowed my unique resurrection. I don't think they know how to destroy me.
You mustn't underestimate them, Raziel.
And who exactly is this diabolical they to which we keep referring? If there's some grand conspiracy going on, the right hand doesn't appear to know what the left is doing. Even Mobius seems to be caught out at every turn.
Mobius is a puppet, Raziel. Haven't you realized that yet? That's the sweetest irony in all of this. Nosgoth's great manipulator is their plaything. But the ones pulling the strings haven't shown their faces yet.
They don't like us unwriting their carefully choreographed history, though, do they?
You must understand, Raziel, we haven't unwritten history, we've merely rewritten it. The future flows around our petty actions, finding the path of least resistance, while admitting only the slightest alterations. This is the reshuffling you felt when you refused to kill me. And remember, Raziel, we are irritants in this regard as well. History will not allow the introduction of a paradox.
And if events cannot be reshuffled to accommodate the change?
It is the irritant who's expelled. Bear in mind, this may be exactly the outcome our enemies are trying to provoke. We must tread very carefully.
Okay.
How many games have you played where you have to change? You're trying to change fate?
I don't keep count. But I am familiar with timey-wimey shenanigans. I'm also familiar with really shitty swimming mechanics. Am I up or down right now? Who the fuck knows?
I don't know. No, you like to fight fate and fight gods a lot.
Oh, for fuck's sake, the collision on these stairs is cursed. I got my ass turned around.
Ow.
God damn it, this fucking instant dive you get when you're on the surface is annoying.
Are you pushing forward when you
No, if you press A while Raziel's on the surface, he dives straight down. Okay, maybe I'm fucking wrong there. I'm barely pressing the stick, I fucking promise.
Hello. Die.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Would you like some ice cream?
No.
I'm gonna get some ice cream.
This can't even swim. Oh, Peachy. Oh, two of them, okay.
Ooh, ah.
No, no, fuck.
Where's the big one? dirty bitch.
What?
There was an eyeball.
Oh.
I remember there were big ugly demon guys in Blood Omen. Very similar designs to these ones.
The scenes I discovered here were unambiguous. This race of winged beings, the architects of the Pillars and the creators of the Reaver, were Nosgoth's first vampires. Their bloodthirst appeared to be a curse, inflicted upon them by their vanquished enemies. These images confirmed the truths that Cain had divulged to me.
Quick,
But I had
flank.
been too incredulous to accept.
Sorry.
I struggled in vain to see how the pieces fit together. How Cain intended to escape the dilemma of his destiny, and what role he had plotted for me, and why Mobius and the dark powers with which he seemed to be allied were so desperate to see Cain dead, and so intent on me being the instrument of his execution.
I really don't like stairs in this game. They don't seem to want to work.
think this is my favorite forge out of them for design.
Okay.
Oh!
Something broke there.
Oh no!
Why is that being
Censored.
censored?
What the fuck?
I don't get it.
I don't either. He's still moving too. Guys, we found a problem. That is really weird.
Yeah.
I doubt it's supposed to be censored. It's just a weird block that they probably didn't move.
Oh, thank you for the posture check, Dan. Ow. Okay, fuck you too. Arse.
I don't hear you say ours very often. Very funny.
Well, all three of the chambers have the sensor block. Can't seem to interact with any of them. Did the Dark Reaver do anything? Fuck's going on?
I know. It's a puzzle.
But I ain't found anything to interact with in the puzzle yet.
Boogaloo.
What?
What?
Oh.
What's happening? It's such an odd looking animation. 'Cause
Nope. Do I need to come back here? Okay.
Are you fucking kidding me?
I hate timers.
Uh-huh.
Oh, I have such a bad craving for Pringles.
That's an incredibly specific feeling, but I kind of get it.
It's those mini Pringle things. Little
Tins,
Lunchable
cans,
things.
packs.
I ate 3 of them. And ice cream. Look, you got a heart. Or some kind of organ.
It's a heart.
Raziv's like, I got a heart. Bwah. If only I had. You might want to switch it so you can see the cutscene and what happened. A soul. A man was hungry. Is it still there?
Yeah, the cube is still there.
Ugh. Hope they fixed that. Thing ate that soul just like I ate those A little lift. Darkness. Oh, the baby looking cute.
See how I remember it.
I want to kiss him. An eyeball. Darkness. Woo! Not too many block puzzles.
Yeah, less block puzzles this time.
Yeah. Ow. The eye likes it when you blast sunlight into its retina. Oh. Ooh. Yeah. Milo, you're standing on me.
Oh, it's much clearer it's a heart now.
Cool. It's a big ass heart. A heart that takes up your whole rib cage. There. The Landstorm. Some of the designs in this one make me think of Aztec.
I see what you mean.
With the bodies and stuff.
Uh-huh. Yes, video game, I would like to hit the enemy.
He's dodging.
They're just standing there with a fucking low profile with a fucking sword. Because the hitboxes in this game are kind of trash. Look at that. Fucking wasting my time trying to swing at him if he's slightly lower elevation.
Hello. Ah, yes. I see you coming, boy. Speed. Oh. My heart is blue.
It's probably not a good thing.
Whee! Ah, I get it. Excuse me.
Okay. So now that I have succeeded in getting the wind to blow me back to where I started, the fuck do I do now?
It's gonna bite you. Yay! Bad breath.
Air Reaver.
As the
I can
Reaver
breathe
drained
again.
the forge of its vital energy, the tempest receded. I recovered myself and paused to admire my newly forged weapon, now imbued with the elemental power of air. Thus armed, I hope that I now finally possess the means to escape this wasted land. This elemental
Freak.
Reaver I discovered had the power to obliterate barriers that were cracked or compromised. At last, I had the means to open that ruined time-streaming chamber I discovered so long ago in the swamp. Now, perhaps, I could leave this wasteland and return to an era when Janos Ordrin still lived.
Your sword in the game is darkness.
What?
The game you were playing last night. The sword you had.
Well, I was using all of them, but the one I liked the most was the Dark Raven one. There's no fast travel in this game, is there?
Nope.
Ow.
I did it, guys. I pecked him. I done did it. It's a darkness thing up there.
I don't need any darkness. I just need to get back to the swamp.
Did the darkness make me feel comfortable? Get him! I close the game. Bro. I'm gonna get you. Oh. Mikey. Okay. I am disappointed I can't
You can't what? You cut out.
play.
You can't play?
Just I can't sit there beside you watching you play.
You'll live. Huh.
I do have 2 arms.
That's just crazy.
They're stuck. Ooh.
Up there.
Choice but to act purely on blind faith. There was no way to tell what error this device was tuned to, and I had neither the knowledge nor the means to set the machine myself. I hesitated only briefly. Then, throwing the switch, I hurled myself into oblivion and relinquished my will to the hand of fate.
Jesus, take the wheel.
Jesus doesn't exist here.
It's a joke.
I know.
Beyond all hope and against all probability, it seemed that the device had unerringly delivered me to the era I sought. For these were Sarafan banners, and these vampires apparently the victims of their crusade. The coincidence seemed too convenient to naively ascribe to fate. But whether my opportune arrival had been orchestrated by Mobius or some other influence, I didn't know. If Janos Ordran still lived, I would find him. But I was wary of further deception and resolved to tread carefully.
I want to hug Raziel.
What?
I want to hug Raziel.
Okay. It's probably not very warm.
He deserves a hug. Man's gone through a lot.
Where we at? 5 hours? Might be a good point to call it and take a break.
Hmm.
How far would you say I am right now?
2 more places.
So like 60, 70%?
70?
Okay. I think it's a good place to call it for now, because there is some other stuff I'd like to play tonight. We can finish this tomorrow night after I get home from work. Or on one of my days off, whichever is more convenient. But we'll figure that out in the near future. If anyone's actually there listening or watching, thanks for hanging out. You all have a good one.